Alright, we are in Danganronpa number, I think 10, the final episode. We're gonna go home or go big. Trigger happy. Trigger had the Havoc. First of all, I spelled tripper. I don't know how to type. I don't. Save. It has been saved. Alright. Welcome, guys. Hi, long time. I've been fighting from a disease. I finally won. Sometimes, like, if I still laugh, listen, it's over. I always freaking lower this music, and the game is always like, F you. Chapter 5, pre-trial. Continue. Yeah. We are continuing. Set skills. Did I get any new skills? Do I get an achievement for that? Fill in every page of blah blah blah. Hey, big spender. Okay. Tuned to a dead channel. 9 coins, 9 purses, 9 bears. Cleared a class trial without using concentration skills a single time. What is this? This is hidden. Yeah, I don't know. Have I used these skills? No idea. No idea. No idea. None whatsoever.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class. If you can figure it, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened.
Good
and the
job.
one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim.
Okay.
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
16.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
How?
But Kyoko's standing right there.
Exactly.
No, that's a ghost.
Oh god. You know what? I believe him.
But
It's clairvoyant.
she has legs and stuff.
Probably
Well,
got other
that's
psychic
just
abilities,
because
like seeing ghosts.
she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Me too.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right?
Correct.
Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
One important trait Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her. Kyoko's gloves. Oh.
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
Yeah.
And would you
maybe,
happen to know the answer?
Maybe she got hair.
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Monokuma told you?
Oh! You know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to... Make your argument. Tattoo on the right hand. Exploded body analyst. Fake nails.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay,
Sorry.
then prove it. Prove she's
I
not
forgot
a
how
ghost.
to-
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Cause that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
Uh-huh.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up
Damn.
in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Cause that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
I missed it.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
I'll get it.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the
Oh, I
explosion.
don't know if I could make it go fast.
Then she was wearing gloves before the
I
explosion?
should have read the achievement.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Damn, that's not it.
Shoot!
Oh, my heart.
That Kyoko there is...
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
they got burnt up in the...
Then she was wearing...
Well, yeah, because that corpse is... This entire discussion is idiotic. That Kyoko there...
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
Oh, my God.
They got burnt...
Burnt up in the...
Then
Oh,
she
my
was
God.
wearing...
Well, yeah, because that corpse is... This entire discussion is idiotic.
I'll get
That
it.
Kyoko...
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
No?
Shoot!
What was it?
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it.
Prove she's not...
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
She kind of
Well,
looks like a squirrel.
Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life.
How do you know that if you have no memory?
If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to
So she had
Kyoko.
memory loss.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there. Make your argument. Sprinklers, exploded body analyst, tattoo on the right hand.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out.
I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
Oh, come on.
Shoot!
If Kyoko really is...
Then who died?
There's gotta be...
I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition, and there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file.
Well, if we can't identify the body...
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong. She had a tattoo.
There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real?
For
Lying,
reals.
you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog?
Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Whoa.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
If you compare the tattoo to other information, we have the victim. The victim's identity should become clear. Chicken coop, chicken. Known as those.
I got it!
Okay.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is... Huh? Hangman's Gambit.
Now I
I should get an
understand.
achievement just for that. Never gotten that perfect before.
The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Huh?
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from... Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Then who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Why doesn't she have a room?
Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
And why didn't she?
So
break
you're
the
saying
rules of
she
not
wasn't
sleeping in
an
the room?
important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Oh?
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
That means absolutely nothing.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope! There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Yeah, and how come they weren't part of
Seriously?
this? Like,
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
based on what we know, there can only be 2 suspects. Makoto and Kyoko.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The 4 of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma.
That is true.
The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the 4 of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
So the only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Damn it, I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? When she went to go get the pickaxe.
So what time was the body discovered? Shit. I don't know.
I got it!
Oh, it's 9 o'clock.
The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Now then, Toko. Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock, so probably 9 on the dot now. Okay, go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. and I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. till 7:30 a.m. Okay, then it looks like the game has begun. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden. Make your argument.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Something that happened in the garden at the same time every morning. We're gonna... Oh, yes, that was true.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night
Oh, shit.
and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Damn.
Shoot!
Maybe it's
We've
his.
established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock.
No, that's wrong! Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on! I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words!
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
I need to prove that it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit Toko with a certain evidence, and that should do it. If we look at the body itself, that should make it clear. I'm starting to talk like them, in a pattern like this, and I don't know why. Oh my god, one of these.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! How can you...
This should prove it.
That was dramatic for no reason.
Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because... while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Kyoko's the only one without an alibi. Let her defend herself. Let her tell her story. Where were you? Kyoko murdered someone? That's... You don't know
I'd just
her.
like to say one thing.
What?
If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
Huh?
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything.
Yeah, but to kill her would be pointless.
So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this.
Find
Isn't
the
that right,
mystery.
Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial, something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Oh.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
A certain something at the scene was used to cover the body. Could it have been? Bro.
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water.
I mean,
In
yeah.
fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt
Hey,
pattern
Fondy.
on the tarp can attest to that.
How's it going?
Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in
Honey, I'm
water.
home. Did you bring
The
dinner?
side that faced down over the body,
You didn't bring
meanwhile,
dinner. Go out.
kept
Go
perfectly clean.
out that door. Go.
This proves
get
that the
dinner.
killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
Coming in empty-handed.
But
God
why
dang
would
it.
they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to
Fondy.
create an excuse exactly like
You
the
gotta
one
bring the
Makoto
chicken,
just
the fish,
gave
something.
us.
You gotta bring it home. Come empty-handed. What am I gonna cook, huh? If you don't bring it home, what would you want me to? What? No, I can't think about that right now. Tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body,
Wait. Something.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivation. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I don't think that works, Fondy. Body before the explosion. I don't know
By
which one to
covering the
pick.
body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water.
Fuck. I fucked up.
Shoot!
Nah, she's trying to blame me right now.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
Oops.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side...
Nope.
Shoot!
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from...
So the reason the tarp was only... is because the sprinkler...
But the
If I get
underside
a-
of the tarp was
100 of
totally
those?
spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the... Of course it didn't get dirty!
I refute.
No, that's wrong.
Is that the right word? Refuted? I don't know.
Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right?
How long does it
Yakuya
take
said
blood
it
to dry?
himself. Not to touch it,
Not that
or you
long.
might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, a pool of blood would
Well,
be different.
maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
Huh?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like
From the
that?
fridge? In the nurse's
I know!
room?
They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time.
So, oh, so you
The killer
protecting
got
Kyoko?
the blood from right
Eh,
there in the
Bonnie?
garden.
Traitor? The chickens?
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
I mean, you could have smelled it.
Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken? And then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
You know what? You're right. They could have killed it and
I
ate it.
wonder
and be
if
like, I
the
got chicken
killer
for you
had to
guys.
get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait,
No?
No.
Backwards.
the head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off. But the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
That seems like a lot of work.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Okay, but what about the knife?
Maybe. But still,
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
See, this looks like blank.
that's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
As it's and the suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand. Disguise that buddy has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again...
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea.
No, not that! I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
Yeah?
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Listen, more important, now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it? We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do. I don't want it anyways. So what to do? Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Me?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious! Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
I don't know.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her.
No, that's wrong.
Break.
Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Yeah. Victim was stabbed twice in the same spot? No, there's no way that's possible. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. I totally forgot about that.
Then the knife...
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her.
The explosion?
Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kinda goes back to the beginning, but... what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Yeah, but who would have knowledge of doing
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on
Why
this.
me? You said you knew.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural. Because, of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Huh.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate. Make your argument.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
But was
And it
she?
wasn't because of the knife, right? Then there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was a cover-up and all those other wounds on her body weren't fresh. Which only leaves...
Then, shall we continue the debate?
Leaves what?
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
Correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? Then there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Damn. That wasn't it. This one's gonna be rough. There must be a contradiction in somewhere there.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? Then there's only one other thing.
Oh shit, it goes
yeah.
away?
According to the Monokuma
I'm gonna
file,
get it, no.
That's
I'm gonna
gotta
die
be it.
and then get it.
There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? Then there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? Then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on
No,
the
I
back
think
of her
this
head.
is it.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate?
Ugh.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
No, that's wrong.
So,
Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay,
that's too
then
smart
we're
when I
safe
gotta
in
sit
assuming the
there
blow
and
to
let
the
it
back of her
play
head is
over and
what
over
killed her.
again for like 50 times. I don't know if that's smart.
Then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe!
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground and spit on it.
Ew.
I feel the same way! Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
I like how she just period, dot, 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 dot.
I got it! Mukuro was hit in
Maybe.
the back of the head with something.
Close
And
her
that's
eyes.
what
and
killed
just be
her.
like dot, dot, dot. Just try it.
And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not back-talking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hida for doubting it because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master. You have no right!
You know what I just realized? That this is the action, like the time frame. Is that what that is?
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Yeah.
Shoot!
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Your mother.
Back to Master! You have
Did you just see that?
right!
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo.
I have no doubt that was the murder
Are
weapon.
you sure?
You don't sound convinced.
Well, 'cause it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Oh my.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
I'll get it. I'll get
The
it. swear to
titanium
God.
arrow.
I'll get
it was
it.
in the dojo locker. I have no
What's
doubt.
going
Are
on?
you sure?
Oh shit.
You don't
Before I
sound
get distracted.
It said the weapon must have been about as thick. It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to you have no right!
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound.
'Cause it said the weapon must have been about as thick as it seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound.
Well, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a... It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
It didn't work.
The
Lock
titanium
in?
arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound
Is that not it?
convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
No. God dang it. Don't scare me like that.
Shoot!
There must be a contradiction in there somewhere.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
No!
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
I'll try.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo lock. I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
Are you fucking kidding me?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause it said the weapon must have been about as thick. It seems like an arrow would just be too...
No, that's wrong. You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape.
You did.
The killer probably used this duct tape
Sometimes,
to bind
you know, it's
multiple
more
arrows
of my
together.
aim than anything else, you know?
Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe.
But why wouldn't they throw out the duct
And
tape?
that's exactly what the killer did.
Why wouldn't they put it under
It's
her
similar
mask
to
knowing it was gonna
Aesop's
explode?
fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
Oh,
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to the death of us all. Remember?
of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I have evidence? Evidence that Kyoko went to the dungeon? It must be connected to the dojo locker. I mean, not necessarily.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is... right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just...
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just... there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue. Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko, she killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
What? Byakuya should know better than anyone? What does that mean? See, you're saying
Those
Byakuya
words
put
you
it
just
there?
spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
He would hide everything
There's
from
proof
me.
that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Yeah, why would she do that? Wait, Kyoko gave her room key to Byakuya, right? Which would mean...
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer.
I'm not the killer.
You should understand that more than
You
anyone
should
here.
understand that.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No, that's wrong!
No, that's wrong.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Huh? Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room...
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
So then who did it? No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us, an obvious lie. But this just isn't like her, to try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened because she's the killer, or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of the school will stay hidden forever, which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us. The mastermind's trap. The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko, but what if that's really not true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I? The mastermind's trapped. The victim was Mukuro, and Kyoko killed her. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's the lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do? I have to decide right here and now whether to, like... I've made that decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here, something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that
Well,
Kyoko mentioned.
does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room, that it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it.
What? It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden
Hidden
side?
side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
You think Monokuma? Fondi? 69!
Now, who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Vote. Monokuma, who is found guilty. Huh? What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I
Yes,
didn't do
indeed.
it. Good job, everyone. Good job.
Yep.
Yeah, they got it right. No. I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense.
Shing!
It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials. I'm gonna end it the same way.
Chills,
Time for
chills,
your heart-pounding,
chills.
positively threatening punishment. Wait, why do I... Kyoko.
I don't expect you to forgive me.
I
I
know
know this is all my fault.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Game over. Makoto has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. I don't know. Am I cooked? After school lesson. Is that... Was that an egg and semen? Did you see that on the board? I was rather confused by that. I don't know what the Japanese part said, but... How is he still sitting like that? I would have been flailing. Like, ah! What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This
Alter
is...
ego. Alter ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell, I don't believe
It would
this.
seem...
You finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words...
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an inch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words...
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What
are
did you say?
Talking about?
So...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. Why? What? The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope Peaks Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, what makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are 2 things you need to attend this school. 1, you have to already be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Yeah. We just want to get to the bottom of this? Yeah, damn right. Finally, I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again. And then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. Look at the little Makoto, Monokuma. I could tell because the stench evading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast, dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in here till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friends went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me, and he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. I And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to start looking for a way out of here. That's a rocket in a tank. I'd better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. Is that an airplane? How'd something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? Rattle, rattle, rattle. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't gonna be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I searched for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are an all-around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm being blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up. Because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed, and all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. What the? Strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched the pile of garbage jostle and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from above. What could it have been? You probably got 4 days without eating or drinking. Well, you got longer without eating. Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out towards whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash. Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
She got noodles on her.
Indeed.
You're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hand. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again. Can I eat that pasta? First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you finish. Thank you. I snatched the bread and water that she had holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way towards my stomach. Phew, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up? Of course not. I'll never give up. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad. I couldn't read it fast enough. There's an unbelievable amount of trash here. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me? To pay a debt? Or, no, to atone. Atone? During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. Yes, you did, you stupid bitch. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive? Wait.
It's true.
Hold the telephone. So it was a trap. So he wasn't going to kill any of us because none of us killed it. So, like, how did she know for sure, like, he wasn't going to kill us all? Because they got the wrong killer.
In other words...
It's so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Peaks Academy for... Oh, shit. Sorry, I skipped it.
Correct. In other words... Indeed.
Once, until recently, I've forgotten what it was. But that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory. That's impossible. Amnesia? Then is it really true you lost your memory? So like they okay, Fondy. So they wanted to kill one of us because we were getting too close. So stupid.
Makoto,
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
that's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all
Hey.
that? Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think, I'm positive it was the works of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow, they would interfere with the mastermind's plan. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However,
And it could also mean, somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind, which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you just ask the rest of us to help
why
you?
is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always a chance that the mastermind is actually one of us.
Correct.
Well, don't make too big a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind. One of us. If she believed that, then of course she wouldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition. But your intuition was right though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind. I understand. I should understand everything.
My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Huh? It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
listen.
Are you okay? Yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think there's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all the investigation on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective.
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope Peaks Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school.
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope Peaks Academy. Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
in other words,
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope Peak's headmaster. Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way.
Huh?
No matter what it takes, I will find the
no
headmaster.
matter what,
So,
My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now. Of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes
However-
sense. But listen, Makoto. Listen. Listen closely. I want you to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then what did you see in there?
so,
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope Peaks Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time, and I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However,
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in the school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
so...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself. I'm sure you'll get the chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important and really ominous. Okay.
However...
Of course, okay. Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had alibis. So then who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed.
Indeed.
That's what Fondi said. I stole that key and disappeared, and then in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me. That was the point of the class trial. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restriction, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words...
Mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
Hey.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you. I could have been the victim.
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean during the night? I can hear them, you know, the footsteps of the god of death. I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases, just like this.
Anyway...
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and I saw a white shadow across the corridor. I gave chase right away as I followed it. I saw the shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what happened. I intervened immediately, of course.
However...
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
Correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind,
Indeed.
right? I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if it's true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but that doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right, that is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words...
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered.
Makoto.
Just a little more, and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the ultimate despair. There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not.
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking
That's
about
right.
whatever happened a year ago, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Who's ever responsible for that? They're the ultimate
It would
despair?
seem...
That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they
Indeed.
are, make no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair, and that is our real enemy. Dream Island Rocket. Yes. The ultimate despair, a group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now, we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. You're right. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school,
That's right.
We should be able to use it on that door, right? Hey Kyoko, can we use the key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then... yes, it opened.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. So, Monokuma and the people that are doing this are a group of people. We were finally free, but there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief because the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. Is that what they're telling me? After leaving the garbage, sorry, my keyboard is not charging. Oh yeah, it's charged. I was charging my keyboard. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. Woo! Cover it up! I put my hand there like if I'm covering up for you guys. Jesus. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into the darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down. Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful, and I'll probably take you with you. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off of it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
ever since I can remember. I came from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh. But how come? It's like your family tradition, right?
Right.
So, because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of the society, which is why we made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. Huh.
It's true.
With some of this stuff you'll find out in the other game, they don't fill in some holes. Are you fucking kidding me, Foundy? Oh my god. I figured we'd find everything out, like right now. You know? Throw it out there. I can't say it's entirely rational, but it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because like I said, it's our source of pride. So that explains. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However,
And yet, I gave up some of that pride.
I...
In order to enter Hope Peaks, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that. Now, I'm guessing your mother's side of the family are detectives?
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father
However,
about. There's something I want to say to him, though. What?
I...
No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it? I want to sever all ties with him. The last time I saw him, I was still very young. So I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in the line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented. He had a promising future, but he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument. And young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him. If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. Pride is a sin. If you are too prideful, right, you're going to hell. You'll find enough, though, but everything about the Ultimate Despair stuff is a lot for one game. Thank you, Fondy. You made me sad. Without realizing it, you made me sad. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that. What she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true. But there's one thing that I can never forgive. Really?
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing. But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as a little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. I would have more like seen you as the poor little girl whose mother died and father left because he couldn't handle the stress of his wife dying. Yeah, she's fucking talking about pride, Fondy. Like, come on. You're going to hell. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow. That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family in order to settle the past. Are you fucking kidding me? So you're gonna go see your dad to disown him when he already disowned you? In order to remove him from my life forever. What if he's like, tells you everything and you're like, oh my god, I had no idea of the family secrets. I've no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But you're family. Just to call him out like that. Well, listen, okay. They're teenagers. We gotta think about that. They're teens. They don't know.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood. Nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No. Is blood really enough to call someone family? I mean, that's the definition, I think. Right? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that. I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after, I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Yeah, I would have died. That would have killed me. Climbing that? I'm too fat to climb that. Looks like this is it. On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We are back. Right. Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should be open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. Imagine it was closed. The hatch opened with ease. Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope Peaks Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. How the hell did you get down there? So now what do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you, too, you helped me, so they might...
Listen,
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then-
Then let's just get a concrete answer.
in other words,
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However-
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that... Oh, shit, I skipped it by mistake. You're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now. Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So,
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was?
right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'd be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in
Shall
the
we
gym.
go?
I forgot what you found out about the headmaster up until this point. I do know his whereabouts, though. Do you? I'm gonna be really disappointed if I go through all of this and they don't tell me anything. Even though I bought the other games, don't get me wrong. Like, I own the other games, right? And my intention is to play the other games. But still, like, I've been through a freaking
Shall we go?
hellhole. You know? Give me something.
Shall we go?
We need to. Oh shit! Sorry, that's the wrong place.
Well now.
Kyoko, I don't mind so much. But Makoto's
don't
supposed to be
believe
dead.
it!
What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are you really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do?
Shing!
If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again, and this time I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko,
Right.
do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
if
If you were executed, Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right? I lose?
Hey!
You, explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill
in
me.
other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, right? What are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like
Right.
that. And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed,
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation, no more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
however,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. Yeah, if you paid attention, you should know already too. If I'm correct about what you've seen, but I don't know if that's revealed before or after this part. Huh. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of being that could come to our aid even after you killed it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? That means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying that the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well,
And you can prove this, right?
Well.
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence?
That doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now. But with a little bit more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by despair you so love to inspire.
However.
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
Indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to
Hey.
convince. If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
Indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly
Listen to
right.
me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair, fair
That's
and
what we
square,
have to do.
then I suggest you to take my advice. So what is this advice of yours?
it's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again, only this time you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair
It's
trial.
time for one last
It's
showdown.
time for one last showdown, one final battle.
between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial, one last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Bear?
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for a bear joke. Now, what you've suggested might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
in other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will you hope win out, or will my despair? I see what he did. I see what he did.
I can barely
Let's have one
contain
final
myself.
grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely
You
a fitting.
guys!
My god, the bear jokes. So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right. Every last mystery that's pouring around the school. If you can do that,
barely
then that'll be
contain
enough to
myself.
qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Yeah, well, good. Let's bear it all. If you can, oh my fucking god, if you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mystery of the school,
Guys!
then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We are excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've covered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this all turned out.
Hey.
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held?
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So
Hey.
what? I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement. You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything's based on the school regulation. And having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Huh. Mukuro's trial is no exception. Then it's part of the regulations. Would it have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro? It's a very polarizing approach, and I know. But, okay, enough puns. Anyways, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants. All of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
Listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why did he go quiet all of a sudden? I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to you. Get lost, would you? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable.
Hey!
Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. You really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyways. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special punishment. Overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Did I do it? I think that was pretty good. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away, and just like that, we were out of the gym. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because
However-
of you. Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy. Oh my fucking god. He better not say anything to Kyoko. Yeah, you're right. Anything can be held against you in the court of Kyoko's law. Also, yes, I did say enemy. And, we'll pretend it didn't happen, okay? But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? An ego so large? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They have no choice but to accept.
because
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard. So when was it that the mastermind let their guard down?
so
I wasn't there to hear myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they hijacked the airwaves to broadcast a school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet somehow the mastermind was able to
in
do
other
it.
words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult.
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world.
it would seem
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. So if those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely.
Hey,
The outer world has the name of the students of Hope Peaks, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope.
that's right.
And for those who represent hope to kill each other and sink it to despair, the mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That their goal is the ultimate despair. They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's
It's
ridiculous. You're right, it is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's a kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us
Makoto.
suffer? I know how angry it must make you, and yet that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. Huh?
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The mastermind has to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulation. If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a not one-sided
at the
slaughter.
very least,
At least that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial following all their proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer. They made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Thanks to you. You also said omnious instead of ominous. Omnious instead of ominous. Ominous? Omnious? Well, I don't know how to... Is that not how you pronounce the word? Fondy? Ominous. Ominous? Ominous. Yeah. Ominous. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed to live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion. To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in a perfect form.
In other words,
it would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violate their own regulation. But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
However,
well, it's only thanks to you that we got the chance, because you believed in me. Another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of a mastermind's thought and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
Wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is fundamental, part of negotiations and persuasions, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd showed any uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time, or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You are right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win. But before we begin the final challenge, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind.
However,
is that really possible?
Anyway, shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Shall we go? Wait. Wait. And suddenly we greeted with you again. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. Jeez, what the heck?
However,
I wonder what was that all about. Couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto!
Huh? You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Everyone was there, all my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. Toko, really? The serial killer? What are you gonna do when she gets arrested finally? And you're gonna be like, Toko, she was kind of cool, you know? He saved me a couple of times. It's just Jill. You know, you just gotta watch out for Jill. She's a little on the crazy side, but you know, she helped me out too. So release her, Your Honor, for killing a ton of men. Release her. I started to tear up.
What?
What's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that's what he stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away! Shoo! And in a flash, my tears dried up. Wow. You stink. Are you rotten? Rotten physical, mentally, everywhere you can be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. Super smelly. You smell even worse than me. Way worse than me. I win.
Makoto.
There's some time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain what? But it's okay that you're here. What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. Last class
In other
trial?
words,
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it. Like I keep telling you.
Wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you. Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is we all work for the the work of the mastermind. In a world where you are being broadcasted and the tragedy destroyed society, the law might not be the same anymore. I mean, you think so? Sorry, I'm drinking water. There's a lot of reading.
That's right.
That's right. It was all elaborated trap, contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop
However-
it. But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You make it sound like it was easy. I'm just, you know.
However,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules, which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time. And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial when you said now it's the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later. So knowing all of this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind. But there's more to it than that, correct? For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. But we've been looking all around all this time and we still don't know anything.
Anyway,
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies. Everyone.
hate
Who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
anyway,
I mean, she'll kill you. Anyways, at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth.
Interesting.
In other words, one decisive final battle, a rather interesting development, I say. But figuring out who the mastermind is and how they killed Mukuro and all those school's mysteries, it's a pretty tall friggin' order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now, so if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all these mysteries. I'm not sure about that. I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries. That's what I thought too at first, until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 60 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people taking a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. So, Monokuma is one of the 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Huh? But
So
why?
in other words,
If the mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that.
in other words,
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Add in Mukuro and you got 16. So the mastermind would have to be one of them?
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, we can't say for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse
Indeed.
us. Certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Say possibility one more goddamn time. I mean, there's an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair, so they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was activated?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
but
I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
Right,
But
right?
maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up with the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
Very magnanimous of now what? Of him to lock all the rooms.
That's fine.
Time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. I was planning on working alone from the
In
beginning.
the
anyway.
name of my
At
family.
this point, I can only rely on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must
Goodbye.
uphold your responsibility. Well then, after making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. He didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Do you blame him? Without master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee. Totally useless. So bye. With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
Which leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how
How
come?
about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Everyone's really gone off by themselves. What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same.
But
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you
'cause,
know?
I mean,
But up until now, I haven't been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. That's really nice of you to say. I
But-
mean, she voted for you. So technically, she's the reason you almost died. Technically.
okay.
Find something that'll help us all get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Hina was surprisingly high spirit as she dashed out of the dining room.
Indeed.
Do I have to talk to her again? So you're gonna go off on your own
However-
too, right? Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
So,
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigation doesn't mean... Nessie, you changed your name? When did you put FFXIV on it? Also, why? Was Nessie Loch Ness not enough? I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground, and then we can get back together and share what we found.
so then,
I have an endless list of things I need
Correct.
to check. Monokuma said all the doors of school had unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We can visit all the places we couldn't go before.
Makoto.
No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of this school. And then we can all escape together. I guess I'll start by taking a look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. I like swimmer booba. Ma'am. The person I like died. May she rest in peace. Oh my god. Everyone do be dying up in here. Wait. Oh, here we go. I want to save because you never know when like things. No, I haven't. I didn't even know there was an anime. Now see, I've never played this game before. I never like known about it until recently. Then people started telling me there was an anime and then all this other shit. I don't even know what it's called, the anime. I heard there was different animes. There was one that's based on this game, and then there's another one that's completely different. What was I doing with you? My W key sometimes won't work. And you know what? That happened with my other keyboard, so I don't think it's a keyboard situation. I think it's a computer situation. You can't have multiple keyboards with the same issue. You said the second floor? Oops. Like, how interesting is the anime from this one? Where the hell am I going? What is that? That's the pool. What the fuck is this? Rec room. Really? You're talking about the one that takes place for this one, right?
Hey, Makoto.
Are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma though.
Yeah.
So I figured if all the doors in the school have been locked, then that one should be open
But-
too.
Cause
Because
I
it might
mean,
explode, right? That'd really suck. Sure you didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. That is not what I meant to, like, click on. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Huh? There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was this place is totally sci-fi. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top, though, like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Hifumi'd probably freak out if he saw it. So the Monokuma room was a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then could that mean?
okay.
Alright, let's stop poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Hold on, you can't just, or whatever, something like this. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel.
Huh?
Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button that says data center. I took a good look at the control panel. And I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled data center. That must be the one she pushed. But the data center, that's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. Probably go check it out. I doubt the boobas are slowing her down, Nessie. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Is that Monokuma? Hey! Rah! Rah! Give me all your donuts! Is that you, Hina?
What?
What? Oh man, busted. How did you
Say
know?
what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup? You don't even know what you're controlling.
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
I guess what I found is self-destruction button. Whatever you do, don't push it.
Too bad.
Oh man, were you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with Monokuma drawing on it, and the control panel inside. Whoa, hey Makoto, what the heck was just what? I clicked it too fast.
Huh?
What do you mean? What you were controlling just now, it was Monokuma.
Huh?
Monokuma? What, for real? Yep, looks like the panel definitely controls Monokuma. Which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. They were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true... The mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer, really is a 16th student? No, it can't be. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing. Okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something? But I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all our time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going? Yeah. What's wrong, Makoto? Let's hurry up and get out of here. Click. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange noise. What was that? The door is just locked on its own. What? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked. But why? Of course it's locked. Because the data center is now restricted.
Just a second.
No fair. You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
it's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just upped and stopped moving. In that room, as you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So right now, you're being operated by someone in that room.
Yes, indeed.
Correct the mundo.
You're a liar.
But that doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? The hatch on the floor? Too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, the hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. He's gone, but was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure. That when I said we shouldn't leave, well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyways, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Anyways, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
Nice. You've got me all motivated again. Hina took off at full sprint, and I have to do what I can. That's the only way forward. I know that there was something on the second floor. But like, where? There's not the second floor. Something keeps disconnecting from my computer. It's making it lag. I don't know what it is. Because this is a classroom. That's the pool. Huh. No, that's the library. I don't know. Cause she... No. No VPN. No. This isn't it. No, it's not here because this is the classroom. Am I crazy? No, I was in this classroom. Wasn't I? Am I on the second floor? Or am I on the first floor? No, I'm on the second floor. Cause she was like, oh, there's gates or some shit. The pool? Is there something here? That's third floor. Where the fuck am I? Yeah, I'm on the second floor, but where on the second floor? It says there. No, that's for me to go. Girls' bathroom. Oh. We're back here. No? It's not here. Cause she was like, it was gated before. What the fuck was gated before? Oh. Did you see that? Was that like a bug? Oh, maybe it's the door over there. I'm lost. I don't know. Let's keep going up. For now. Wait. Was there anything in the third? Is there anything in this room? I don't think so. Woo. What's over here? No. See, you gotta kind of remember everything from the beginning. Ah, music? No. Ah, headmaster. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Oh, Byakuya. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious.
Come on, not possible.
Are you ignore me? You think I'll forgive that just because you're you?
Ignorance.
When you get out of here, remember this moment. The bookshelf seems really well made and it's filled with files and think books. I wasn't trying to click on that. Came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of the pathetically ostentatious class number 78 student registry. It contains profiles for all of us and Mukuro.
So in other
Apparently,
words,
class number 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room.
I see.
That's right. It also mentioned class 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers,
In other words,
there can be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at Hope Peaks Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ukusaba, the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumbled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages.
So in
In other words, when it comes to this profile, there's more information about Mukuro that we didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain everything to you? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself.
Interesting.
I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background, an entity floats close, but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Finra, when she entered the Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scar. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in the battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students, after all. But if I decided she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was part of the ultimate despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They wouldn't have to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means that the mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What? That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should know. Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before? A girl who seems to be included as part of our class? That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5'7", she's taller than me. Fuck my life. It's at 97 pounds. Wow, you need meat. You are anorexic. Jesus Christ. And it even lists her vitals. 31, 22, 32. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me? Like if she has a nice body?
Stop talking.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse and maybe you'll think, oh, that could mean. Wait, is he trying to say there's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What do you do with the information is your business. Oh, and one last thing. A bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her.
In other words...
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. Just what I think. Call it a hunch. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't. As you will. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. There are trophies and even a shield in the display case. Is this? Yeah, I know Byakuya is really tall for me. The office, the headmaster's room. What is this? Chem? Let's go up. I still can't find whatever the hell she's talking about in the second floor. Oh! Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm a giant refrigerator. Sister, why is it so cold? There's a stack of charts here. I've been seeing a lot of these things lately. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall, and on the left side there's a bunch of glowing blue buttons. But on the other side... It looks so cold. Why is it cold in here? The first thing I need to figure out. There are icicles hanging from the monitor. There's some kind of weird machine, okay. That's it, I've seen this kind of thing in the horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does that mean this biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. The right hand lights are off. Okay. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. Looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. This is an instruction manual for the fridge. Well, looking around, I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. Some kind of makeshift morgue. About those lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on, which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue. Another one of the victims is... I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who died, and that's to defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. Can we open it? Is there like 16 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ow.
What do you want?
I'm so disgusting. You want me out of your sight. Oh, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have to have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Give it back. Give back my precious time. Calm down, Tucker.
What's your
Don't
problem?
tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless, good for nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm gonna get going. It's a lot strange. Ooh! I found a coin. Did I? Did I say days instead of locker? You know what? Sometimes I talk and I don't remember what I say. It's one of those things. It's like a mystery. It's like, Huh, it's gone. Mukuro's body. It's not here? Why would it be? There are still just the 4 chicken left. I thought I was losing it, Fondy. I was like, damn, I said 8 days? But if it's not here, then it must be. Could it be in the biolab? But courses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's other things. The tarp. Tarp played a key role in any other case, so... The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet, which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. Then this originally came from the Biolab. And none of us had access to the Biolab. Second floor seems to be related to Monokuma. I still can't find the second floor dorms. Where am I going? Then does that mean since Monokuma's body disappeared from the garden, could it be in here? I need to check, but I have no idea how to open these things. Shit. I meant to, Wait, what do you mean? Maybe I need to read it instead of skip it. What does that mean? What do I have to do? Maybe there's something I'm missing. Like the second floor. Wait, I think I got it. I think I got it. Wait. I think I remember. These stairs. The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. Jesus. Oh my god. The second floor of the dorms? It looks like some ancient ruins. Oh no, it's more like a battlefield. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. There's like blood on the floor. The bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore. It's just garbage. Woo, found a coin. I opened the door just to glance inside and immediately closed it again. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble. Okay, but why is there blood on the floor? Did an earthquake happen? This is the girls' bathroom. Even a place like this, I can't bring myself to go. You think in a place like this, like I care? How are these bathrooms in such great condition? Someone drew a giraffe? This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. It looks like this locker is already broken. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. Card reader installed. This must be how to get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card reader for the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. You have to use your e-handbook to open these. So does that mean, well, let's just give it a try. No luck. Maybe only the locker's owners can open it, which means none of us can. What the hell is this? There's a metal plate mounted to the locker. I really want to know what's inside, but there's no way. I found coin. Me found coin. Okay, so he does that. Let's get out of here. Maybe we can find a card or something. He's not saying anything about the blood. Oh, very nice. Very nice. This room doesn't feel like a student's room. It has more adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room.
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have only one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Alright, let's go. Kyoko looks almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something. I probably shouldn't bother her. The desk is home to a computer. It must have belonged to the headmaster. There's a chair. A leather chair. I can't imagine a student using something like this. It must have been the headmaster's. How do you know it's leather? It could be pleather. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we must be able to get some info on the ultimate despair.
However...
There's not much though, nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. The group is responsible for the tragedy, which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people whose driving force comes from despair. That's all there is, not much to it, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on. That's a good outlook to have. Huh, there's a strange gap in the wall. Some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something.
So...
There's a gap there, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze.
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Open space, does that mean? You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up.
However,
But I don't have a clue what the password might be. You're right, that's not really enough to go on.
it's true.
I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been a password. When I think of how much time I wasted on this. Jeez. So there's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyways, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of. Or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name? Huh? Sorry, I was just trying to think of what password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password, knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well,
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
hey,
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know about that your guess is wrong. Okay, in that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself, then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. My hands were tense, slightly trembling, and as I finished typing it in, beep grr. What? That did it? Kyoko, it worked.
why?
Kyoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. She did get snappy. Hey, Kyoko. May as well not have been in the... Hello, hello. Alright. Okay, you guys can hear me, but I can't hear myself. What did I do? What did I do? I'm broken. I'm broken. A present. Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. I can't hear anything. Now, you know what sucks about this game? So, I have moved my mic a little. And when you move the mic, sometimes it disconnects and you lose sound. Now, you guys can hear sound, which is quite interesting. But I can't hear sound. So, that usually means that it disconnected and this game cannot detect my sound. Because it's gay. Also, something on my Windows keeps connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting. Connecting, disconnecting. Okay. I don't know what you guys hear. Let me hear. Do you know the name of whatever that is? What is what? Yeah, you guys got sound. You guys can hear it. I can't hear shit. Yeah. I don't know. Wait, why does this say Oculus? You know what? I don't know what's the name of that's doing that. I don't know what's doing it. I heard it a little. My thing froze. I'm freezing. I have my notifications off. But you know what? That's smart. I can turn them on. Wait, it says my notifications are on. Startup app notification? Can I see a history of my notifications? I don't know. Bluetooth? I don't know. Has it been it stops like when I restart my computer and then it just happens again. Yeah, I don't have a history on my notification. Turn on Do Not Disturb automatically. Huh? Oh. How do I see a history? I don't fucking know, Fondy. This just keeps happening. It's annoying. I turned on my notifications again. But it keeps going on disturb. On Do Not Disturb. I guess it's because I'm playing a game. Like, also Vanguard is the most annoying thing. NA. Okay, Vanguard. Riot, if you listening to this, if you ever see this, it's annoying. Okay, Vanguard should not be on all the time. It's a waste of PC space. I'm not playing League of Legends right now. No, it doesn't say anything. I just hear the noise. My computer doesn't tell me that something disconnected. My devices don't seem like they're disconnected. May have found the problem. Let's see this. No? I need light. My IQ just died. Does it need battery? The lights aren't turning. What the fuck? I hate technology. Hate technology. Charging my mouse, see if that's the issue. No, not just looking glaring. Whoa, now I'm lagging. Ghost? I think Ghost is a pretty good explanation of what is going on, Found Memories. They do. They go into electronics and they just do whatever they want. And my IQ isn't working. I fucking hate Corsair. Okay? Corsair, let me tell you something, alright? Especially if you see this on YouTube later. Corsair makes great products as far as you know, quality. Like, I can throw my mouse at somebody and it will still be good and in working order. But the software, fucking trash. The software is such trash. It never works. Like, I just realized my Corsair is not working. It's because the buttons work, but the lighting don't. You know what I mean? Okay, enough about me complaining. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we cannot open it.
Makoto.
Be careful. Why you think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous, but surprising, probably.
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is. No, I can hear, I can't hear. I don't know what happened. I pressed buttons and it started working again. You know, when you don't understand something, you just constantly spam buttons. It froze a little, it started working. I can hear now. It's like back in the day when you punch a TV, like it starts messing up and you punch it and you're like, fucking work, punch, punch. That's what I did. And it worked. At the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in there?
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. I took a deep breath. And then took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. The fuck do you mean? Kyoko said just as I thought. Oh my god. I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones. Well, it's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. That was pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box. My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box? Those bones? That body? That's my father. Or at least what's left of him. Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for? Hold on. How can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him? Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all of this, and according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns anyways. I'm sure I told you this already, but... Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here in the school, but only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume.
In other words,
that most likely my father was in the school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analyst, she was completely calm. Or no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point, she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. Bitch, she could not get into this room earlier. What do you mean? Am I going crazy? She couldn't get into the room. We just got into the room. What do you mean she had plenty of chances? We just got in here and we just lifted it. I know Kyoko said that she wanted to see her father, so she would cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it? No. I gave up some of that pride in order to enter Hope Peaks. I had to reveal myself to the school. Sorry, I had a yawn. I did it knowing it was something a true kitty-gitty detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? Couldn't help but wonder. Huh, this picture. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, this is a picture of... Hey, Kyoko.
Why would you?
This is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past, and yet... to now find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now? Then I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
Why, what? I wanted to face him and tell him myself to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here, and now he's abandoned me again. And this time he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. This filing cabinet seems like the kind of place you'd find a clue. There we go.
Hey.
It's fine, check whatever you want. Are you sure? I went through each drawer one by one, starting from the top. All I found were piles and piles of unrelated documents. He was pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well?
It's just because he didn't have anything else. He could have inherited our family business, our legacy, instead of he left it all behind.
Now,
if he couldn't even handle a job like this, he would have been that much more of a failure. I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate. The headmaster's desk is probably hiding some kind of clue.
Hey. Because...
Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer, it's an e-handbook, right? And it has a label on it that says, in case of emergency. I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words,
a handbook with no limitation, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I think you're probably right.
Seem...
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it?
I
don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Then I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay? First of all, why would you say that? We're all gonna die.
Hey.
Can I ask you for a favor? A favor, what is it? I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. And I know it's only inconvenient. I gotta yawn again. Sorry. Woo. And I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but could you leave?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I just like to be alone for a bit. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you're gonna say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the fact of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right, I'm sorry. Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Is she really okay? Kyoko, it must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster. Killed Kyoko's father. He killed him. The headmaster is dead. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind, which means the mastermind's true identity is... Oh my god, I saw him get killed? I saw him get killed? Even Mukuro. Even she's undeniably dead. So the ones still left are alive are me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. Wait, did I see the headmaster get killed? Well, let's just give it a try. No luck. Maybe the unlock's gonna... But wait, what about the emergency handbook? Yeah. That thing is practically empty. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. There's a name written on it, so I can't say for sure who it is. There's something, but there's some writing inside. It could be important. It looks like a girl's handwriting, and all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. Huh? I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope Peaks into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. Can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. Couldn't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in the locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She says she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. There's a second despair. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? Despair walks among us. Despair, and so we survive. There's a second despair. Okay. The soccer's totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order and dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever's stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. I picked up one of the notebooks I saw, but that moment I looked inside the notebook. Any sense of easiness I may have had evaporated. What? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hagakure. Hagakure? This is Ao Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean he attended classes here. No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to this school at the same time as the rest of us, and we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any class. So what is this notebook? Is this a deck of playing cards? No, they're tarot cards. But wait. Aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? But the more I see, the less it makes sense, because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in a locker that look like they belong to people here? Oops. A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro, and a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation, but if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward, and I have to believe in everyone.
This is a school. Is everyone working hard? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
What? Now he wants to give us a hint? Suspicious. There's no doubt about it. This could be a trap. But even knowing that, he said to go to the gym, right? Thank you for teleporting me there. I appreciate it. Oh, hey, Hiro. Why you act so surprised? No reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him? What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Hiro, wait. There was no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time?
I am Monokuma!
Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope? This must be the envelope. And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. Don't worry, just get on with it. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. Huh. It featured a bunch of faces I recognize extremely well. So they were all from this school. It was everyone who come to Hope Peaks at the same time as me. But wait, there's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room and we looked at that file. Mukuro Ikusawa. Then this girl is... What? Why? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that, just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. Actually, I don't even see him in this picture. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not here. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope Peaks Academy. So it's natural for me not to be in the picture. But it's definitely unnatural. Is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could it be everyone else and just me? Everyone out here except me is... How long are you gonna keep up this rambling? Soliloquy...
What are you gonna do?
You're kind of getting in the way standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out. But I told you, I'm not fielding any questions.
Unbelievable.
What kind of mystery would this be if I give you the answer? That'd be totally out of left field. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. Why am I not in that picture? And with that confusion in hand, I left that gym, dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should ask everyone directly. That should clear this all up. No, I have to clear all of this up. Okay, let's do it. Can I see where everyone is? Yep, she's there. Why? Oh, why? That's what I want to know. Why? Oh, why? So this is where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. Sorry, I gotta go. What? She ran off so fast I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Pino, why? Why won't you talk to me? Okay. Why is everyone leaving me? Is everyone part of this game except for me? Are they all despair? Is that why they're still alive? Maybe he wanted us to find him, then he acted all upset and crazy. Oh man. Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we are friends. But of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the? Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. Whoops. Hey, Hiro. Makoto, what's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. No, No, sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Hiro, what's wrong? I still wasn't able to talk to him about the notebook I found. It was like he was avoiding me, like he was afraid of me. Why? Maybe he showed them a picture? Something involving me? You think? I don't know. I decided to visit the biolab one more time, and the first thing I saw when I got there was her passed out again. Coco? Toko, are you okay? No, she's not dead, is she? Oh, it's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold. I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will.
I see.
What? I was asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't.
Have you
Oh,
reached
then what?
that
Hot and
certain
bothered? Straight up.
age?
Ooh, can't say that word. Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What do you do to Miss Morose? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo bazinga. We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. Oh no, it's more like half. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now, or I slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Byaku is around somewhere doing his own investigation.
Yes, yes.
By himself? I assume so.
Oh,
I
I'm
knew it.
on
I totally
fire.
knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things math. Anyways, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. Toko shut off, her eerie laughter echoing behind her. I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be some reason for it. The fridge is open, but I'm sure they were all shut tight last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily.
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to
Listen.
apologize. But listen, about this room. Oh
It
yeah,
would
it's
seem
a morgue.
I knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and, well, there you have it. You knew she'd fainted?
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genesis Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there, that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why has everything got to be so difficult with her?
Anyway,
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched, but suddenly she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe you should wait a sec before closing it. Because Mukuru's body's in here. Mikuru's body's inside the fridge.
see.
Just like every other time, the mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So...
You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last
Makoto.
investigation. I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time. I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail.
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait over there. That's it. After all, she's cute too. She is. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I want to talk to you about something. What is it?
Whew.
You mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer.
Because...
The only reason he gives us hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? That's gotta be it. There's no other explanation.
It would seem...
And the slot is occupied. So when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around, the number of lights there are include Mukuros. There's a 9 in all. 9 lights. It's the same as the one I found in the garden tool shed. And if I remember that tarp... Yep. And that's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got to it from the biolab and took it over there. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Already? Jeez, that was
Indeed.
fast. Anyone can do good work if they go slow, and in that spirit, I'll make my report brief. So did you find
Indeed.
anything? I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and the blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my finding. So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim has been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object, about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option is those other wounds, but the file said they were
Is
old.
that right?
Where does it say they're old? Huh?
Because...
All the Monokuro file says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess I don't see the difference.
Wrong.
Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they gave.
Listen,
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
however,
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wound, it makes it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murder. Are you saying they are? Well, we all got the Monokuromo file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with
so
it.
then,
But what if Mukura herself wasn't killed within the last few days? What?
at the very least...
Certainly, you can allow it as one of many possibilities, can't you? One of many?
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the idea detective begins by imagining as many possibilities, scenarios as they can.
In other words,
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't seem you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep in mind for the future.
hey,
So if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time. Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
so...
5 foot 7 inches 97 pounds. Vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get that all right? You remembered all that? They are indeed inconsistent with the corpse. So then,
Indeed.
and don't forget about the funeral tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our victim in the case is without a doubt Mukuro Ikusaba.
And?
Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so.
So then...
Then it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, are we not gonna put the body back? Don't you think it's kind of sad leaving it out like this?
Why?
Sad. Did you forget? She was our enemy once, a part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a
Hey.
victim. Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow?
Whew.
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. But she could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So
I
then...
think we've done all we can do here. Back to the separate investigations, yes? I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in that locker. If I don't do it now, I'll never do it. Oh, thank you, Nasi. I'll have to check it out. Hey, Kyoko, I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to
What?
ask. Go ahead, then. Out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once? Is it on Crunchyroll? Have you really not seen your dad ever since, even once since you got here?
What?
What?
So...
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor
Indeed.
of the dorms? I do, yes. But to get into any of those lockers, you need a handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using the emergency
I
handbook.
see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker owners should be able to get into it, right? I can imagine those lockers belonging to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And even if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in the locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
If that's
Could
true...
that mean that video's real too? Video? Makoto, I think everything is finally starting to fit together to a real cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about? I need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you said with my own 2 eyes.
So...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it seems that it's my locker.
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll make sense. It says Class 78, urgent interviews.
So...
I found it in the hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means. Just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. But I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD. Someone is smoking cigarettes.
Makoto.
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? I pay for Crunchyroll $7. And the reason I pay for it is because I like to watch TV while on the train or at work, you know? And to play like anything bootleg would be annoying on the phone, and I don't want to mess up my phone. So I pay for it. And then also I use it for my TV because, you know, that's the only way you're going to watch anime on television. But I know, like, you use computer, like you have your computers there and you watch everything on your computer. I'm still old school. I watch everything on my TV. It'll probably be cheaper, no lie, to get like a cheap little computer and just have it plugged into my TV and just use that as a TV, you know? They are smoking cigarettes in my presence of the great Grandma Keys. I live on the first floor, right? Don't dox me by me saying I live on the first floor. Go around multiple cities knocking on the first floor like, Grandma Keys, are you there? Yeah, so I can smell when people are smoking cigarettes or pot or a mix of both. And it's annoying. I wish people didn't smoke right there. Sometimes my window's open and I yell, stop fucking smoking! I got asthma! I don't want to die young! You know?
In other words,
so as it turns out, the arrangements I made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life, and all because of the mastermind.
However,
but there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through that. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why is it? Why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow. So that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete.
Hey.
But keep this in mind, there is only ever one absolute truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst.
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. Isn't that what her father said? Sorry if that was strange.
So then.
Anyways, I need to get going. Yeah, that's what was in the book. Should head to the AV room to check it out. But no matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world, I can't afford to lose. She just said something that was in the book, wasn't it? That she said her father told her? Archive? Yeah, and you know, some people are inconsiderate. Like, when you're smoking anything, like, you gotta think about the people that are around you. I was suffering for, like, a little over 2 weeks with a freaking upper respiratory infection. My asthma was kicking my ass, and, you know, you just get these people that are inconsiderate. And because of that, I have to take my pump more. Figure out how to get into the data center. No, I need the AV. Sorry. That's... Class 2A. Archive. Library. Physics lab. Equipment room. Rec room. Art room. Garden. Bio lab. Where the hell was that room at? Was it on the second floor? Archive. No, not archive. The respiratory infection of death. And still fight it. Like, if I laugh, like, I can't. Like, I can't. You know? Breathe properly. And you got these people with their cigarettes. And the marijuana. Where the fuck is this AV room? I thought it was the data center. But it's not. Doesn't make sense that it would be. It's not the rec room. Who's there? Oh. Hina, maybe? This should be able to play DVD just fine. Said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on the screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. Must have only been a few seconds, but to me it felt like an eternity. And then all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka? It took me by sort of surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long. And there she was.
Okay then. Are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was of the man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single
So
millimeter.
this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much.
Like, the worst part of it got over in a single day, and I felt like I might have needed to go to the hospital. At the end, I started to feel better. Milder symptoms lingered for a week. That's, oh my god, that's how I felt. The only thing is, like, right now, I was on antibiotics. They seem to help. So I don't know what kind it was, because the antibiotics fixed it really quick. But just still the breathing is an issue. I'm hoping by like the end of this week is done.
Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made a total sense. Who would agree to be spending the rest of your life in the school? Accept? What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
Hey. I deleted it. As if it was on cue. That's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood up till now. But only this. I simply couldn't comprehend what I heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad. She tried to frame me for murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat here thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light on the monitor. The video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes darted back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Huh? What I saw was me. Possible. Undeniable.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation, but the I in the here and now, I had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real. I said yes.
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. Byakuya. Toko. Hina. Everyone. They all said that they agreed to live in this school forever, and then... Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She sat down with the headmaster of Hope Peaks Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went blank. Huh? It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Oopsie, looks like it broke out of service. What? It just so happened to break just now?
Too bad.
Now, then, when, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? Failure my ass. He cut the power on purpose. Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He'd ask them the question and they all say yes. I couldn't help myself. I let out a huge exasperated sigh. But as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone, and at that time I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I come to the school and why I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget? All that? Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Convenient outcome. Something that seems to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or... Hey, Kenny?
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start.
Oh my god, no, she did not pick up smoking, Nessie. Nuh-uh. How goes it? Life, Kenny. Life goes it.
There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
I'm hungry. It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. So we were all like friends before? And then we lost our memories? I don't know, maybe it's surreal.
Makoto. Listen,
Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
however,
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said, Byakuya. Byakuya? They arrived one after another, but they were all in the same state of shock. Hina? Hira? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me.
Strong silent master, so wonderful, so cool, so hot. My loins are ablaze.
Yes!
Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me.
My
With my
beautiful
sister's sharp scissors in
scissors!
hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil. But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If that's what master wants, it can be a boy, a girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling. Is everyone here? Oh, and wearing our gloomy guts
Well, now.
faces. Okay, well then, let's begin.
Chills,
This final class
chills,
trial is going to be
chills.
slathered in pitch black despair, by maximum sorrow.
that's fine.
You're right, this is the final class trial. And this time, it'll be fair.
Strange.
What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know?
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and
Today,
square. And I'll
I'm
make sure
feeling
everyone
white.
watching at home knows that the spear is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious drivel. Begin the trial already. Sure, let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You
So don't
guys.
try and run away. Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever.
In the name of
This will
my
be
family.
over in no time. With inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. She sat on my chair and gave me a hug goodbye, to which I had my comforter on. And that's when you smelled it, Nancy? Fondy says, why did you leave it on her mucus and jewel from sneezing so long? Well, I thought it was art. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just peered into the
Hey.
elevator. They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
However,
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon at the class trial. You're right.
so
I'm ready. Ready to win. Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. No, it was artful. Fond memories. Nessie says, I had to be cold or sick from the smell. Sick sounds like the right one. I started making my way towards the opening. He says the same thing, like always. Like, without warning it began. I just want people to know that, listen, I have another YouTube video called Key Sims. So if you watch this later on a VOD, on Twitch, on YouTube later, damn, I've been playing this video for 4 hours, Jesus Christ. Key Sims. YouTube at Key Sims. Simulator games only. Simulator only. If you like simulators, I love simulators. I love watching simulators. Simulators are on my TV 24/7. I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. Okay, we got a Silent Hill kind of thing going on here. This is the final trial. What'd you think? Isn't just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate? It's the long-awaited last stage. The always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna sit on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16 seat. Well then, let's begin. The final trial. And I didn't even finish what's her name, Toko's book.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule.
He's there.
So listen up.
Okay, Monokuma?
If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me! I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
Okay, group photo.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Wait.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
I missed. I was
You guys have all been working together, haven't you?
replying to
I
Nessie.
have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I have evidence of my...
What a coincidence. Evidence that proves everyone.
What? This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
Thank you.
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
I figured as much, in which case...
Hiro, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
This one too, just like I thought.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
Oh, you're the one
But
taking
you're
the
in
photo.
my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
The proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photo. And that person is...
I got it! In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it. So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Look at Toko.
In other
back,
words,
stressed.
Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which
Okay, bring me
that
some food,
person
Kenny.
wasn't included.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's picture. That maybe they're true.
Listen, can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
There's something unusual about these group photos? Lord Jesus. Wouldn't want one of those, huh? Where'd she get the fish? Hina's picture. Kiro's picture. And mine. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something... Group photo has been updated in the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Can you just forget about the photo already? Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No, no, no. I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong, I don't remember taking this picture either, but is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievably but entirely horrifying reason. Hangman Gambit.
Now I understand.
I see it as clear as day. I'm glad you do. I don't.
Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural that we wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides those pictures. No, god damn it.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the idea that we all lost our memories...
Is totally stupid, obviously!
Right.
You're saying we all got... Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No,
Wrong.
it's wrong.
And an unbelievable, terrifying reason? Or what?
Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
Living, breathing.
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question.
His voice sounded different.
He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else? Nobody remembers? You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then we really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all... making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, well, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. This is gonna be a long trial. We're in it for the long haul. The one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose. Make your argument.
So who did it?
I'm going to pause this right here because I need a potty break and I need a drink break. And like, I realize I have not moved in 4 hours and 14 minutes. So I'm gonna take a quick break. Quick, like 5-minute break. 5-minute intermission. Is that okay? Am I allowed to have that? Oops. I wrote bread. Okay. It's 5 minutes. I need to stretch my legs. Alright, BRB. I have returned. My God. I got work in the morning. I'm here streaming. But this is the final trial. You know, this is it. This is it. Thank you, Nessie. How the hell did I get this big old sign out of my... Here we go. Transition. Okay. Is it off? Perfect. Oh, thank you. Oops. What we got?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
Exactly. You're just making the mastermind is...
Probably a million. Because masterminds always lurk off in the background, right?
Positive.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it,
I don't sound like
is the
grandma.
mastermind really here in the school?
Hello,
Of course.
darling.
They have to be here somewhere.
Here.
What makes you so sure?
It's Granny.
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're
What?
just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is probably a million miles.
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong. He's not a million miles away. He's in a control room controlling Monokuma.
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know?
How
Did you
do
find
you not
some
know?
evidence or something?
Yes.
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time. So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
And we don't remember?
Why?
What if that
Recall
is
what
it?
Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
What if he's one of them, but he's playing with one of the players, and one of the players got the memory wipe, so they don't know if they're that part of the game, you know what I mean? Alright, skip this. We already know.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
16th.
How'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me!
Well, it's not me.
I blame Makoto. What?
Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Imagine that's the whole thing. That he's a mastermind.
Nuts! You got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
I got it!
I got it!
All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right? It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days, so they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days?
Yeah, but then we saw her in the room.
If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
Mukulo?
That doesn't make any
Mukuro.
sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know.
You're wrong.
She denied me.
Yep.
Before I could even say anything. Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
Whoa, what a switch. If you're so sure we're gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? I think it's gonna be her profile. Cause it tells about how she was,
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this. You made me.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it,
I got this.
obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this time.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
why?
Are you finished?
I should be able to hit it.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
I'm gonna have to
Mukuro
use my
was the
speed
ultimate
thing.
soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think
Told you
about
about
it,
my aim.
obviously, she got all...
No, that's
My
wrong.
aim is good.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school, in which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already—
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence.
Can we?
The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
But if
I
that's
don't remember
what
seeing
killed
those boobs
her,
on her.
then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
And they couldn't get close
That's
enough
exactly
to the body
what it
to
means.
determine that.
When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night?
That's what I was gonna say.
Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant.
Yeah?
If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
Probably the mastermind.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
No, there's no way Mukuro is the one that attacked me, even if I didn't see their face. I mean, they didn't have nails on. Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo. Comparing that to the mask attack, it should be obvious. Is it? Monokuma file. Number 5.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask.
Look,
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba!
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
And what's that?
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot?
No, that's wrong.
That person didn't have a tattoo. I would have went with the nails, but
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback. Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Before anyone could say anything. Kyoko was removed.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned
Awful,
skin.
isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on.
My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet. Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true.
I just want to pop that belly
All
button.
we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time.
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then, she was being stored somewhere?
But
Oh, that's why it was locked.
To hide a
That's why
body
the
here.
biolab was locked.
to just store it somewhere?
I got it!
That's why we couldn't get to there.
Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof. I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something.
The
I
writing.
noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh,
I,
it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little
I still
thing?
don't know where this is going.
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
Wow, you made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
But that's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Proof
How
that
is
the
the
body was
robot bear
wrapped in a
sweating?
tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Are you talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
An inconsistency in the biolab? Could you be
La
talking
la
about?
la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
Hey, by the way, Makoto, what about that one?
What? What?
What do you think? I'm talking about your family.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little
I like how Hina looks so
sister.
happy.
What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So if I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it.
Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What do you want? Are you sure about this? Proof! Are you sure about this? Proof! Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
Ah! What?
Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
What?
What do you want? Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
Oh. Yeah, the numbers don't match.
This should prove it.
The numbers don't match. I just did it on a calculator.
The inconsistency Kyoko's talking about is the lights.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
Did I count it wrong? Is it 8 lights? 1, 2. Did I count it wrong? Was it 10?
Shoot!
Can I see the picture again? I could have sworn it was 9, bro.
I got it!
It was 10.
10
I
of them.
miscounted.
That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear. One,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh shit.
But according to the lights in the biolab,
Oh, okay, yeah,
only
I was
9
right.
people were being stored there.
I was like, but I counted not.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
Someone's not really dead.
The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there are less bodies in an explanation for more murders than victims. Why is that? The same person was killed twice. Only 9 murders took place. The mastermind destroyed the body. Don't worry, I got an hour for this. I'm sorry, a minute. I don't know how to count. I got a minute for this. Same person was killed. Only 9 murders took place.
I got it! What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Like fake.
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far.
Maybe?
But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
As a trick?
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that.
Could easily have happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced.
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
So how did she die?
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All
Maybe
you
that's why
have
she
to
was
do is
hiding.
look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious. Because Kyoko's totally delusional.
Monokuma file number 5.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu... whatever? Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice!
There wasn't someone else who suffered the same. Yeah, there was.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono?
No.
Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki?
I freaking missed it.
Kiyotaki Fumi, Celestial, or
Yes,
maybe...
Celestial.
No, there's no way anyone was murdered twice! Who is this someone?
Was it Sayaka? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata?
Chihiro, Mondo, Kiyotaki Fumi,
Yamada? Celestia?
Lu,
Or maybe... No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice!
What? Did you see that? What just happened?
Who is this someone? Was
Oh my
it
god.
Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata?
Chihiro, Mondo, Kiyotaki Fumi, Celestial, or maybe...
No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice!
What? Oh, does he have something over it?
Who is this someone? Was it
Sayaka?
Oh.
Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata?
Oh my fucking
Chihiro,
god.
Mondo,
Oh my fucking god.
Kiyotaki Fumi, Celestial, or maybe... No, there's no way anyone
I didn't
was
realize
murdered
that
twice.
he has something over it.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was...
Get that
Was
up.
it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima?
Leon, Chihiro, Mondo, Kiyotaki Fumi,
Celestia Lu? Or maybe... No. There's no way anyone was murdered.
No, that's
I
wrong.
got it. Tommy got it.
Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered,
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the
So
same.
then, is there no Junko?
Let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9, which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be. Total silence? Then I must be right.
No.
I'm right, aren't I?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe it is Junko? Maybe?
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
I don't know.
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
It couldn't have been her body we found in the garden. Is that really possible?
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
No, that's wrong. No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds.
I thought she was
Her
5'7".
vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
But they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be. Select someone. It's gotta be, Junko.
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes.
Just have the nails.
If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
This is true. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for pulse like they do in movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone.
She was
Probably
dead.
got this into
There's
like
no
they do
question.
sometimes. Oh.
Junko was
'Cause I
dead.
was like, what?
So-
Junko 5'6".
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Huh?
No! Of course not! There's no way I'd give up that easy!
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro...
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
I checked her. She was dead. I'm sure of it. But still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? If it wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely, maybe she used some sort of trick? They did? They got them wrong? Foundy? I never knew that. The fuck goes there?
Now I understand!
They should have just used centimeters.
That's it! What if she
God,
switched
5'7"
places with
actually
someone
5'8".
else?
Barra was 6'4", but he's actually
Switch
6'6".
places?
He cannot be 6'6".
That's right! Before the
cannot.
spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place! Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba!
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing. That had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
They switched after that. They had to switch from the
got
very
it.
start, but what was the point?
The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What?
Maybe that's why
From
you
the
keep saying the
beginning?
beginning.
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched... then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
Ew.
Then we'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her
And she
name
had
was
nails
Junko. And we never would have known the difference.
That is true.
That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But If she really did use foundation.
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
He still refuses to admit it, but he can try to deceive us all he wants. It doesn't matter, because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity, and not just once, but twice. The first time was during our latest investigation.
I got it! While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
It wasn't just the monitor, the replay itself had apparently turned off. Right. Doesn't matter, Philly can strike anywhere. Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah.
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
I mean, one way to prove it.
The power outage thing was just a fluke!
Could have just put the video on. What's happening now? The moment of truth. Oh, we're doing this again.
What? What do you want? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? What are you even talking about? What? What do you want? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this?
Sure.
That's impossible!
This should prove it.
I learned my lesson last time.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo. I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
Oh, Junko's face is hiding.
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face. It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko. Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything. Right now!
Closing climax. Okay. Oh my god. Right? They got here, they got here. She's like, hey. And then she steps on him, she gets stabbed. But really, it's her that gets stabbed. Because she steps on him. But, like, why? Like... They gotta put the body. It's her. Been stabbed. Right? I'm gonna put the mask on my face. I'm gonna put the combat knife. I'm gonna try to stab this dude. Maybe it's these? One of these? Or is this? I don't know. Is it this? This, maybe? And then we find the body? Wait. Okay, then she's there. Does everything they have to do. They take it off. And they put it on them. Maybe? But it had to be someone that's like, because they had the Monokuma bomb, right?
The killer is you! We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko Enoshima. Her body was kept in the biolab, which had been converted into a morgue, until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side.
But wouldn't you be able to see the hair?
Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school.
Right?
So she put on a mask and then attacked me. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence.
Well,
She
the
needed to hide
hair
the
was
body's
blonde
true
and still
identity.
on it. She didn't, like, take off a wig
She
on her
had to
or
make sure
something,
we
you know?
didn't find out it was actually the same person
So
we
I
met
feel
in
like
the beginning.
that would have been noticeable some point.
This is the truth behind
Like when she
Mukuro's
stuffed all
murder.
the hair in the
And the one who carried it all out is
mask?
the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima. That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
There's a lot of dots. Monokuma.
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
I mean, he's right next to you.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko.
If you pet
the game's
Monokuma,
over.
would you, like, get killed for it? Like, would that be illegal?
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Huh? Junko Enoshima. You got the bears on her.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear.
I did not expect that
If you swear your
voice.
fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
No.
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
And psycho, like, I don't understand why.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her too somewhere. It was definitely before I got to the school. Before arriving at school in the headmaster's room.
I got it! That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't quite match up to reality. Huh? Are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course they are totally photoshopped. Ah, I see.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist.
She's so monotone.
Not even if they're twins.
Twins?
I know. It's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it.
They're twins.
So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself! But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Ugh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
What the fuck?
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes.
And her hair changed.
The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the three atrocities: atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive.
Jesus.
It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's
Why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
Jesus.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
But how does her
In
hair
other words,
change?
Mukuro's death was a
How are people
one-sided,
just,
premeditated
like,
act
alright
of
with this?
betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
What? Huh? This wasn't supposed to. Why me?
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
Oh my god, is she worse in anime?
Sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope, I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether
got
we
Toko
die or
beat.
kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad?
She got mushrooms.
That's
Where the
why
fuck
it
she
gets
get the
me so
mushrooms?
excited.
Huh?
Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super,
God.
super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister, too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Yeah, she really got freaking
Turning
this
your
girl
own
beat.
despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. 'Cause on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood. Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow!
you haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating.
She's
Damn
fucking
straight!
bananas.
That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then, we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrancing exam.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Memories that were stolen from us. What were they must be? The class the motive Monaco came up with.
I got it! You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other.
Yep.
Right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question.
Okay.
Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Huh. All my David shortage of my family and Sayaka was her and her friends. They had a dream they all shared. So for the first murder, the motives we're giving was human connection.
The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships.
Word.
For example, your family.
The way she talks in
For
this
example,
one is annoying.
Your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the result. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill, but still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
When those were envelopes from Monokuma. Oh, is this the past?
I got it! It was our past.
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
She is. Fondy.
So, how long do you
She is
plan on
crazy.
dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the...
That was the money.
I got it! It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again!
Oh my god, I just want to skip over her dialect.
Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go. Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see,
Did
Once I revealed
she
Sakura's
was casually
betrayal,
trying to
that led to
kill her
everything that came
accomplices while talking
afterwards.
to them in a conversation with a smile? Really?
Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions
I'm gonna
correctly.
most likely watch the
How
anime once this
painfully
game is over.
delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth.
How does she keep
They
it together
compel
while
humans
doing
to
photos?
kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours?
Thank you, Byakuya. I finally
Aren't
agree
we
with this
discussing
man.
our
I mean,
missing
child.
memories? Why are you
Forgot
trying
he's
to
a
change the
teenager.
subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us
Because we agreed
not
to
want to
stay
leave?
here.
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and
I like how
make it
Monokuma is just
grow.
one of her personalities.
So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you,
What?
let me give you a hint.
Crazy Eddie really doing that?
Really? Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school wall! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Huh? Monokuma? It's Monokuma. She took over the world?
What the?
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right? What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize? This whole
That
thing is insane.
world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, cause it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, cause now it's time for the final class trial!
So she took over the world. And this guy was like, okay, you guys will be safe here, right? The headmaster. And then she somehow killed the headmaster and took over the school.
What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
If nobody can remember anything, this is the end for all of us.
I got it.
What other choice do we have?
I got it.
Come on, bitches! What the fuck
You want us to when it comes to that crazy I don't understand it.
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical
I mean, you're telling us to... What am I supposed to be remembering?
Nobody can remember it. This is the end.
No!
What other Come on, bitches! What the fuck
But she's like a teenager.
That crazy confusing
She's a high school student. Like, how would she have done that?
We saw? Is this another one of your practical?
I mean, you're telling us... What am I supposed to...
Nobody can remember.
No, that's wrong.
Genocide Jack.
Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten,
I did? You saw
there's
the
a chance
headmaster
the
get
other
killed
may
in the
still
first scene
have
of the
those
game.
memories.
I don't remember.
What do you say, Toko?
I'm gonna have to rewatch
Are you
it.
telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Dun, da, da, da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer!
Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet ya!
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye aye! Roger, you got it, Captain!
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening. But it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
I thought it was just the school.
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event.
What is?
Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is... now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Morose saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
So if it started after school...
How can the world just end? It's...
Because she was a
the
student
world.
there.
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Tagami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Correct! Well done, peasant!
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Tagami name has perished.
No, it hasn't. He's still alive.
Stop with these idiotic
And
jokes!
he's a boy, so...
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant.
They messed up her
You
coloring
are
right
no
around her
longer the
arm. I
ultimate
can't
affluent
point to
progeny.
it.
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago!
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh?
2 years ago?
2 years.
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Wait, what? 2 years ago? What does that mean?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer Answer us!
I mean, that depends.
Answer
What
with
year
all
in
your
high school
heart
did
and
they start?
soul.
Bonding?
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us. If what Junko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, but the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so, so the memory she took from us...
I got it! If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life? That's not possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it, but there's nothing... But that's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. Locker pocketbook or locker notebook?
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
This is all just surreal.
Plus, if 2 years have passed, how freaking old am I?
Everyone's so conflicted.
How old am I?
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
What
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single—
This is all just surreal.
I missed it.
Plus,
If two— How freaking old— Everyone's so
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something.
we've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class—
No, that's
You
wrong.
did go to class. I found your book in your locker.
Hero, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Wuzza, is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak.
Uh-oh.
But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hero, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yeah!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Were what?
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Where our memories come apart? She's talking about the moment where we must have lost our memories? I can only think of one time. Just after I set foot in the main hall for the first time. At the entrance ceremony. No, that's wrong.
Shoot!
I just embarrassed myself in front of everybody. You really fucking think people care?
I got it! The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than...
That wouldn't make sense because
that
no
day.
Japanese people stop school at like 16? High school? Or whatever. So I would think, when the fuck did they first go into high school? Oh, 15. Oh wow, they enter around 15 and graduate around 18. So it's 16, 17, 18, 3 years, yeah. Junior high school is 12 to 15 according to Google. Senior high school, junior high school. Oh, they have, that's why. They have weird junior high school. They call them both high school. So I would think about if they've been there, yeah, they would have been about depending 17, 18. I don't know if they were yeah, they were in the same class. Damn, 18? Damn. Did England change it? Oh, it's still to 16? This is so fucking confusing. Wait, but they can also go longer? Oh damn, this is so confusing.
When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall. When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on
a desk. Yes, we know.
I assume not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
Oh, I was wondering why I wasn't orderly.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time.
That's why we
Unaware
had
of
those
this
pictures.
fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together. And then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been
Yeah,
annihilated.
because they don't remember anything.
What a terribly tragic tale.
So they
Even
thought
if
they
you
were
left
stuck
now,
here, but really
there's
they
nothing you could do
were
to
being
fix
saved.
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
What?
Let's go back in time 2 years,
All right.
okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history. And the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know? It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it, and now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened. Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once. So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter.
Huh.
That's right. It was transformed into a shelter. I said it twice.
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
The one who turned yes. The
I got it!
headmaster.
It could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. to protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise, to say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
Only let us live? So we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why I...
Well,
We made a show to make No.
Now I understand.
Ultimate fashionista is in her real talent, a part of it.
You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm
just
talking about.
confused.
To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious?
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured
I would
classmates.
just stab
Sorry,
her.
that's a lie.
Stab her now.
I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, Does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did? Then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now.
Truth full of despair,
Not
that's...
to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already! So help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself, so I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now.
Oh
Is
my
that
god,
what
this
you're
fucking
saying?
cat. This is the second time I've heard about it.
If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
So you think
Well,
she's the clairvoyance?
Even if it's all true,
the
I
ultimate
refuse to
clairvoyance?
give in. I refuse to lose to you. For the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories. Invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner! It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rule.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
What?
I mean, we just...
We'd have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. and make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
I mean, you could just kill her so that
Wait a
way,
sec.
like,
I just got hit with an inspiration bomb.
this doesn't keep happening.
Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment.
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down. Makoto, you're up.
Me?
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must...
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the
No,
outside
because she's
world.
gonna die. Like, what does that make?
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
Sacrifice me.
What?
That's
Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are
doesn't
you
make any
afraid of
sense.
being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No, that's not it.
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces eroded
Like,
by
if
despair
she
have
loses,
come
like, just
together
kill her.
as one.
like what?
Besides, Kyoko, you could never
Get the fuck
betray
out.
your
Then
father,
you don't even have to get the
could
fuck out.
you?
You can open the door, look,
I mean,
and be like,
the
you know what? I'm closing
headmaster's
it.
only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair. We're not gonna lose to you.
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life.
The final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up, to live in despair. That's not real.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Hope.
If I were to die,
Hope.
that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Hope. Hope.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted. The only reason we're out is thanks to the air purifier.
Can I just shoot this?
Don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about all this, and you only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say, which is why Yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope,
Hope.
we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak
No, it
Academy.
wouldn't.
Don't lose hope now.
All my fortune-telling
That would
senses
suck.
are telling me not to leave this place.
Because it breaks one of the rules.
But to live, so even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
First of all, I feel like this is an episode of Naruto.
That would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt.
No, they won't.
In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
You'll just make another game because you get bored.
Don't lose hope now.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up.
Oh my god.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I've decided to...
By the way, the only reason we're is thanks to the air pure. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all been.
I can keep on living as long as I have my
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Yeah, he is Yamcha.
Don't lose hope now.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to
But
you.
we were best friends.
I just have to keep
Byakuya.
my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm
That's what
still
I said.
alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I've decided...
By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I
Who's
die,
left?
in other words,
Kyoko.
the communal life you've all. I can keep on living. All of you will have to. You'll have to go into the world outside.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind.
So, what are you gonna? Will you just die?
Don't lose hope now.
Don't lose hope. Never surrender.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
I think that's pretty.
What the hell are you?
You know?
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
Not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but I still, I mean, it's better than luck. He was saying
You
that
suck!
finally.
What do you want? So uncool! You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're gross. Suffer from despair.
How do I get ammo?
Despair! You suck! What do you want? So uncool!
You're unbearable.
Hope is a joke.
It's kicking my ass.
Who are you?
I lagged.
Would you like to die? You're gross. Suffer from despair.
Everything is pointless!
Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
Everything is pointless!
No.
You suck! What do you want?
So uncool.
You dare to stand against us?
Despair
Ultimate
into
hope.
tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going.
Hope. Date mayo.
I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse
Refuse
to
to
throw it all
surrender.
away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the
First of all,
desire to keep
Luck
moving
is
forward.
he should just stay with Good Luck because his ass
going
would have been dead a
on?
long time ago.
What's happening?
Don't you watch Naruto?
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing with our own hands.
It had to be a female that controlled a cute teddy bear. First of all, there's two female serial killers in this game.
Indeed.
Who made this story? Was it a woman?
You lost?
Is she a serial killer? I lost me? No way.
That's just...
It can't be. Why are you letting me read? You still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
Well, that's just... totally the best!
Huh?
So this is despair.
We came to the school 2 years ago, created our incredible detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
To come this far and fail at the very end?
True
It's the most ultimate despair. What are you talking
now
about? Don't
I-
you see? I was so helplessly desperate. I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience. It is my first and last colossal despair, here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste of the highest grade despair, the utter failure of my
True
dreams.
despair!
I'm so hopelessly healthy right now.
Huh?
Anyway,
So are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
Totally the best!
Outside is only despair, inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You are wrong.
Don't make me repeat
Let me tell you
myself.
this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we've decided to enter the outside world with hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. Everyone?
hey,
You said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
however,
But the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko?
No.
To see those awful look causes me nothing but pain.
There's one last thing.
It's like, what? I can't read that in. You guys want to get all hung up on the word hope? That's no skin off my nose. But just be warned. From this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide, maybe you'll find some hope. But there's a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope. Of course, because
It's fine, it's fine.
Shut up. That was a rhetorical question. You interrupted my monologue. I'm almost done though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
it can't be.
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on. It's not like I want you to die. You don't have to.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
What?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want to do is taste that despair of death that you only get once in a
Don't
life.
get in my way!
So this is how the despair
Hey,
of death
Nemo.
feels. It's so wonderful. Even 1/10 of this despair. Even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair.
What if she comes back to
I
life?
want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth.
She does.
Okay, let's do this.
I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Congratulations. Junko has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. I like how she's not dragged off. Yeah. The ultimate punishment. A 1,000 blows. The cage of death. The burning of the Versailles witch. Whatever. Is excavator. Whatever the fuck it's called. Blast off. After school lesson. Huh. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial, Junko Enoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope Peaks Academy, it was all over. I'm just like, how, then who's the killer in the other ones? We received the Monokumo hair tie present. Yeah, sure, I'll save. But even after saying it was over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception, the air purifier turned off. Just like Junko said, they shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Huh. Goodbye, Despair High School. Epilogue. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in the front of the door, nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was an epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But, in the end...
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke up the silence. Would you do the honors? As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the object we've gotten. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us. Is that really it? Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us,
I will force you out. In other words...
She said that just before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here. But you never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she let us leave here alive.
It's true.
You may be right about that. Maybe.
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chance with it. Yeah, I guess that's true. There's nothing to worry about. If something ever happened to Master, I'd taken my scissors and jam him so far up. Huh? Where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We're just about to leave the school. Leave? We can go outside? Then that means me and Master can get married? And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby?
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be great horror than anything I've encountered so far.
Anyways,
don't worry. I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But...
It's what happens after we get out that I'm worried about. But you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks...
We're serious.
Maybe when we get out of here, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. That on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember. A lie, peaceful as we remember. Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live.
Um.
Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put this? Unlike the school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. But there also has to be lots of hope,
In other
right?
words,
The act of searching for hope to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward, no matter what trouble you may fall into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it!
Well, my first stop is going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you going to do if there are no more donut shops or donuts?
Okay.
I'll get some flour and make some myself. And if there's no flour, I'll grow some wheat. I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation. Fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about that?
I reached the next stage, the next chapter of whatever. 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 Personal space, buddy. You're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out there and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can we do? There's so few of us. We're so small. What can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed. But if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me. And the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
It looks like hope really is spreading, as long as I never give up. I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. If you fucking repeat yourself one more fucking time, I swear to God. The door began to open with my hands, with our hands. Oh my fucking God. Hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. Yeah, I know, right? Fondy? Like, what the fuck? And you can freaking close the door again. Come on. Do it. Open the fucking door. Jesus. Oh, don't. I would have opened the window. I would have opened the window and looked outside of it. Like, now that you have access to everything, I'm pretty sure there's tools somewhere. Look out a window and be like, oh. So we're not gonna see how the world is outside? Is that how they're gonna fucking do it? We're not gonna see what it looked like? It's a fucking secret. And then who kills people in the other one? Is she still alive? Like, what? Is there another Monokuma? Is there a ripoff? I have to play the other games. You know what? I'm gonna punch you, Nemo. Oh my fucking God. God dang it. And then there's the school mode. I'll do that sometime in the future.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma. And I am this school's headmaster.
What? I'm even more fucking confused. I'm fucking confused times 10. Like, what? How? Was it not Junko? Was there more despair people? And like, why were there bears taking over the world? Like, I don't... Maybe because I'm an adult. I don't understand. Maybe I'm an adult. Maybe if I was a teenager once again, I'd understand. Also, that's how you could tell the difference. One has freckles and the other one doesn't. That was the difference. Sometimes something in me is so angry that I can't describe it, you know? Because the game was good. It could have been a lot shorter, right? Not only that, but the fucking repetition in this game. The repetition in this game, I hope it stops in the other ones. Because, like, I'm sorry. Look how long it took them to open the fucking door. Like, that was unnecessary. That was really unnecessary. If they could have took that out too, that would have been great. The game would have been A+ for me. But reading and then looking at the same flashbacks over and over and over and over. Like, I'd understand if this was like an anime that aired once a week and they had to give you like a replay of what happened last week. Fine. But I didn't need that playing this game. Like, I'm playing a game straight. I didn't even play this game straight. Okay? The last time I played this game was like 2 weeks ago, and I still remembered everything. That's how much they repeated it. It's in my brain. It's like imprinted in there. It's like burned a hole. They must have thought I was dumb. Really. Spike Chunsoft Corporation Limited. They thought I was dumb. That's what I felt. I felt like this game thought I was dumb. Like, had short-term memory. You know, 1 + 1 is hard. The only thing that was awful about me in this game was my aim. That's what I needed to work on. Everything else was fine. It was just my aim. Could probably ended the game a lot sooner if I could aim properly, you know? Yeah. We'll go on to the next Danganronpa. I gotta figure out which one's the next one. Let me see. Two? V2? Oh, Goodbye Despair. Alright. That's the next one. Oh my god, there's a pink and white bunny. Yo, this was on the smartphone? I didn't know that. I could have been playing this on iPhone. Well, that's what we'll do. We'll play that one because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Thank you so much for watching. It's 1 a.m. 1:21 a.m. I need to go to sleep and pray that I wake up for work. So thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it, guys. Remember Key Sims and Grandma Keys on YouTube. I hope I find out more. Have a good night, and don't dream about despair. Apparently, I don't know. Have hope. Date bayo. Believe it. And yeah. Good night.